Hello there. I am Carol Crafty Grandma. Apologize for the delay. Facebook is having some issues again, so I was trying to work it out so that anybody on Facebook could see me, but apparently it just wants to be difficult. So hopefully you found me on YouTube or on Twitch, because that apparently is going to be the route we need to take today. I'm going to work on it later because, of course, it didn't show up until I went live and was trying to make things work. So we'll have to figure out what's going on there. So today's activity is going to be a quilt for Veterans Day. I was able to find fabric for 5 of the branches of military. I was very disappointed to find that there was no fabric for the Space Force, but I did, there's a thing on the salvage, and I sent an email off to the company that produces these, because they're exactly the same, just with the different branches, and asked them to consider adding the 6th branch of the military to our ability. Now, I thought about it and decided that there probably aren't any veterans from the Space Force yet anyway, at least as of 2021. So I don't feel quite as bad, but I still was unhappy. Then I have spent the last half hour or so trying to decide if I want to do a 4-inch block or a 6-inch block. We are going to be doing fussy cuts, which is different from anything we've done before. I've done it a couple times I think on like appliques and stuff, but this is going to be actually making sure that things are lined up. So let me show you my plan. Here's my plan. So this was my initial plan. I was going to do Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and then I realized that I had 3 spots left, and I didn't like that. And even if I got rid of one of these blocks, I'd have 1 spot left, and then we're not symmetrical. And we all know that I have headaches when I don't get things symmetrical. So then I looked at it, and see, this only had like 3 pieces coming off the edge. Oh, and down the middle here, the center post and the center post down here, I ordered special fabric just for this. It looks like a tree. Now, I have some of this print, or a similar print, but it's brown. And so that would look more like a tree. But I kind of didn't want to go that, since all of my military fabric is darker and doesn't have a white base. I thought that if I used the brown down the center post, it would just be too much. So I've got a tree, so it's basically branches off of the tree. Aren't I being cute? I debated on making it wider and having more than one. And the more I thought about it, the more I went, you know, I just want one long strip. The yellows, I'm thinking I might use this, because I want to use this as my border. Because originally I was going to use this in the yellow spots, and I still might, because down the middle here is going to be the tree, and these side pieces are all going to be pure white. So this is my plan. If I make these into 6-inch blocks, it is going to be 72 inches from top to bottom. That's without a border. So I'm really leaning towards the 4.5 or the 4-inch blocks. The 4-inch blocks will make it 48 inches. Sorry, did the math down here. When we do, and these are all just half square triangles. So we know how to do half square triangles. Did a whole class on that, just on half square triangles alone. I'm going to do 2 with the tree fabric, and then 4 with the white fabric. And then these circles, you see down the center of the post, are the logos. So that's where the fussy cut's going to be coming in. We're going to cut around to make sure that those fit. And then this is where I went round and round between 4 inches and 8 inches, or 4 inches and 6 inches. This line on the ruler, let's see, can I angle you down a little bit? Let's see. I can, but will it fall over? No. Excellent. Nope, the wrong way. There we go. Okay. So here's my line. That's going to be where the seam is. Because this ruler is exactly 4.5 inches, and we're going to lose a 1/2 inch when we sew it together. So it's a 1/4 inch on the bottom, so that would put it where it would match right up with the seam. I don't want that. So we go a 1/2 inch there, and then the number 3 is at the 1/2 inch. So that still leaves me room over here so that it doesn't look like it's butted up against that seam either. I think I'm going to do the 4 inch. Like I said, I've been going round and round about this for quite a while today. It's been driving me crazy. But when I look at it this way, I think it's going to be best to do the 4 inch finished square and fussy cut that icon, circle, logo, whatever you want in it. All of them also have a secondary logo. In this case, it's this tree, it's a flag. For the Navy here, we've got the little bird. Air Force does their Air Force logo. Marines, we've got the thing with the, no, you can't see that very well, but that, sitting on the bird on the earth. And then even the Coast Guard has this secondary logo. So I think that logo could go there. That was my thought. I'm like, oh, well, that's an idea. I'll put the circles right here in the center. And then when I noticed the secondary logo, I went, oh, I could put that there. Then I started thinking. Now I'm like, well, do I put the circle there and the logo there? Too much thinking. So I'm going to put the circle there. I'm going to put the secondary logo down here. So they're not right on top of each other. And then most of them have what they are. So again, it says Coast Guard, but it says Coast Guard over here too. This has the USMC, and then this says USAF. And let's see, where is that? There. Well, there's two. There's the simple Navy logo, and then there's the big US Navy. And again, this one has Army. And then it does say somewhere, oh, there it is, US Army. I don't like the up and down, and that will not fit on my 4-inch square. Well, actually, it would just barely fit on the 4-inch square. So we're going to skip that. But there is going to be a lot of fussy cutting here, trying to figure out which piece goes where and how we want it situated. Because the other thing is we need to make sure that the trees are all up and down on the post. So when we cut out the circle, or the square that has this on it, we're going to have to make sure that when we line up the fabrics, they're facing the correct direction so that when we open them, they have the correct directions facing for them. All right, so let's back you up a little bit. And there we go. Get the rotary cutter out because we're going to need that. Oh, I ordered this. This is 40 weight. It's actually, it says in it, long arm. Home machine, top stitch, 90, number 90, 14, long arm. So it wants a 90 needle, and it's 40 weight, it's 3 ply, but it is cotton, it is 100% cotton. Egyptian grown cotton even, and it is red, white, and blue. So this is what we're going to use for our quilting when we get done piecing everything and cutting everything. Okay. To me. There we are. Welcome back. So we have our plan. We just have to see how well this plan works and how long it takes us. Okay, so of the tree fabric, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 half square triangles, which means we need 6 squares. Then you're going to say, okay, how do I figure out how big the square is? So if you want a finished 4-inch square for a half square triangle, you need an unfinished 4.5-inch square. That's what this ruler's for. And when you cut it, you cut to 4 7/8. So you can even think of it as your unfinished size plus 3/8 of an inch, or your finished size plus 7/8 of an inch. Because the 1/2 inch is what we're going to use for seaming, and then the 3/8 of an inch is what we use because we're doing that diagonal down the cut, sew down the middle. So half square triangles, we need 6 of them to be 4 7/8 inches wide. So pretty fabric, never been used. Actually just arrived a couple days ago, so that's why usually I would have had this done last week, but we're cutting it a little close here. All right, so I'm going to tear at 6 inches. And you're going, oh my God, that's a terrible waste of fabric. You're right, it is. Oh, and I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, almost messed that up completely. So if I were to tear, actually I could do it that way. I am going to do it that way. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't care whether they're perfectly the same or not. Anyway, so I'm going to clip it 6 inches because I don't know. This is a company I haven't ordered from before. It was just on Amazon, so I have no idea who they are. And I don't know how they fold their fabrics. I don't know this particular brand of fabric, blankquilting.com. Again, never heard of them. So I'm not certain how much care they take in printing their fabric out to be sure that it's correct, that it's sized correctly, that it's square, printed on, whatever term you want to use. So I am going to, even though I need 4 7/8, well, usually I add 2 inches now that I think about it. I'm only adding 1 1/8. Actually, I'm going to go 7. I'm going to go to 7 and get 2 and add 2 inches and tear there. Because I have absolutely no idea how this company does with their printing. Okay. And that's all I'm going to need of this. It was one of those companies where you had to order at least a yard. You can't order anything less than yada yada. So here we are. Now I have tree fabric for the next time I decide to make, I want to make something that looks like a tree. And like I said, I already have the brown that's a very similar pattern, so maybe I'll make something. Let's see. Where is the brown? Oh, it's not a tree. I lied. This is a scrap of it. Doesn't look like a tree. It looks like planks of wood. I was wrong. I don't know where the actual fabric went. I thought it was right here, but apparently not. Okay, so now I've got the tree cut, or torn. And I need to press my fabric to make sure that it's all nice and pretty. I turned this on like an hour ago, so it's not going to be warm right away. I have one of those irons that when you don't use it, it turns off. Almost did this the wrong way. Torn side towards you. Decent quality as far as the threads go. It's a thicker thread, so that's good. Alright. Let's get you a little wet to get rid of all of these seams. So the tree goes up and down this way. So that's why when I was looking at this fabric, I went, oh, I've got to cut it along the selvage. I'm only making little blocks. I don't need to cut it along the selvage. I was just being obnoxious. This is fine just the way it is. That camera there is kind of distracting to me. Here. Can you warm up a little bit more? Let me see here. Pull it back. No, it's still in your way, but not nearly as much. We'll have to see how that works out. Alright. Spray, spray, spray. Try this again, now that it's probably warmed up a little bit more. Sorry, neighbors are walking by. The rain stopped. We had a rainstorm. And so everybody's now apparently out walking. Okay. So I made sure that the torn side was towards me. And now I am going to fold the fabric over. And I am doing right sides out just because I prefer it that way. I know a lot of people prefer to do right sides in. That's totally up to you. I like to be able to see what I'm doing with my fabric as I'm cutting it. Even if I'm not fussy cutting, I still prefer to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, that's all nice and lined up. It's still a little damp, so we should be good. I don't have to spritz it again. All right, so that's the first fold. And as we've talked about before, if you want, you can stop at the first fold and then make your cuts from there. I am going to fold it a second time because I prefer to use a smaller ruler. This does cause issues from time to time with getting your fabric not completely straight. So you want to be careful about that. I don't know which kitty cat's playing, but there does appear to be a kitty cat out there playing. We'll have to see if one shows up. All right, and now let's go here and do our that and that. All right, and there we go. And now you can see this side of the fabric is all straight. It's a little blurry. So we're straight on that side where we cut, or where we tore. And over here, where they cut the fabric off the bolt, we've got bits and pieces left over. So that's why we tear the fabric. We want to make sure everything gets nice and straight. Okay. So my favorite ruler. Line it up on the folded edge. Now you're too far away. So we're lining it up on the folded edge, and we're just cutting off the edge of the torn side. And I did go too far because this fabric was in much better shape than I thought it would be, but it turned out to be okay. I need another ruler. Let's go with this one. And now I'm going to do the 2 ruler method because this ruler is only 4 inches wide, but I need the length to cut the whole length. So I'm going to start here, 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, and then 7/8 of an inch, and line it all up with the cut edge of the fabric where I just cut the fabric. Put this piece ruler down and line it up across the top on the fold. Okay, so now I have some nice extra fabric. You can either throw that in the garbage or throw it into a bin to use later. And we need 6 4 7/8 inch squares. And then this ruler has these little 1/8 inch marks on it. So I like that. This ruler does not have it. It only has 1/4 inches. So we're going to use this one to make sure we're more exact in what we're doing. Trim off the selvage. Turn the fabric around. Four and 7/8. I'm going to line up my little line at the top so I make sure it's totally straight across the top. Because down the edge, I know I'm on the 7/8 of an inch, but it could get a little weird at times, so you want to make sure you lined up. Oops, I moved my ruler. Okay, there's one. Two. Oops. Uh-oh. My blade's getting dull. Three. Four. Five. And 6. All right, so these are going to go down the middle. And we still have some fabric left. So that can go with our scraps. Never know when you might need a tree branch in a coaster. Something like that. Okay. Now, fussy cuts. I'm still going to need that bigger ruler. I wasn't thinking about it because the things are going to need to be 4 and 7/8, so the 4.5 inch ruler isn't going to work. All right, let's see here. Let's find the edge of the fabric. And let's bring you in. There we go. All right, so I want one of these. To finish to that size. Like that. But I need another 3/8 of an inch. Let's see, can I do that? I can do that. add 1, 2, 3/8 of an inch. All right, let's see here. All right, so what I just did was I measured where I want it to finish at. And then I made the square, or the point with my pencil. And I added 3/8 of an inch to the seam, both on the bottom and on the side. Now I need to measure 4 7/8 inches over 4 7/8 inches this way. Okay, so now I should have that lined up where it needs to be when I make my half square triangle. In order to ensure that this is correct and that I can continue doing it for the other 5 branches, we're going to sew first. So I need a tree. And I want the tree fabric to go up and down. And I want this fabric to go up and down. And I want the seam to go across here. Sorry. Put that back on there for you. Okay. And then I want the seam to go across here, because once I cut it, the fabric will come up this way. And now you see why I just did this, because this would be wrong. The fabric needs to go, the tree needs to go that way. Now when I cut, my tree will be facing up and down like I want it to. This is why we're testing. Okay, let's see here. You draw a line. Remember half square triangles. We draw a line down the middle, and then we stitch 1/4 of an inch off the line. And today I'm actually going to put that 1/4 of an inch on here. Do I have? So that's that line. And then here, all right. So normally I just draw the line down the middle and I stitch 1/4 of an inch from it. Today I actually measured 1/4 of an inch. This is an option. They even sell a tool that lays down and allows you to measure exactly and draw the lines. So I am now going to stitch on these second lines. So let's go to the sewing machine. Hello, sewing machine. And I do have my 1/4 inch piecing foot on. I have my 60 weight, so my thinner thread. I have my universal 70 needle in here, so that's skinnier. And oh, for those of you that have been watching me, you know that I had it, the machine was set so that it automatically knotted at the beginning of every stitch, and I couldn't remember how to turn it off. It was very simple. You just press the tool button, and where it says Fix Auto, get rid of the X. I knew it was something really easy, but I just couldn't remember. It had been a while. So, did that. Now we don't have to worry about it. But I have absolutely no feeder fabric here. All right, let's see here. Here, this was from a fall project. Let's use that. And your starter fabric, your feeder fabric, whatever you want to call it, doesn't have to be that long, or much of it. It just has to be there so that when you start stitching, you don't start somewhere down here. You start right on the edge, because we're going to start with fabric ahead of us. I like my needle down position. All right, and so now we're going to stitch right on that line. Okay, and now we are going to go down the other side. Wonderful. There we go. We have the seam, or the stitch that I drew, or line that I drew, and then I've got stitching on the other lines. We're going to clip our starter fabric off, clip our little tails off, and now we line up our 1/4 inch on the stitch line, and we cut. Okay, so now we need to press, which means we need to go out here. I think I'm going to move the other camera that's back against the wall. It's a zoom in camera. I don't use it very often. I'm thinking I'm going to try and get something so that it can move over here so you can see my ironing board. The ironing board moves so much, I'm afraid the camera would be unstable. I say that and I have the camera sitting right on the cutting board, so who knows. Okay, I messed up, which is why we do this stuff. So let's see here. pressing towards the army fabric. Okay. I'm not going to mess with the starch. That's the word I was looking for, starch. Because this is wrong, and we're going to have to redo it. So here we go. This is what happened. Okay, so what I had was the right idea, wrong execution. I took my 4.5 inch square. Well, and that's not the right size square either. That didn't come out the right size anyway. Well, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But anyway, you'll see that we cut off part of the Army logo. So what I did was I put the logo where I wanted it, and then I measured out that way. I should have measured out this way so that it kept the logo where I wanted it, because we lost the 3/8 of an inch are on both sides. And you know what? Now that I'm saying this, and now that I'm seeing this, instead of doing 4 7/8, I'm just going to go with 5-inch squares. I'll probably have to trim them down to be the right size, because these need to end up being 4.5, but we're doing a lot of fussy cutting anyway. All right, so first part's garbage. If you keep them sitting on your table, it'll drive you crazy, so just go, be done with it. Okay, so let's try this again. There we go. All right, we have a logo. Logo. And you know what? I think I'm going to be lucky. No. Not so lucky. Dang. I thought I had a 5-inch square. I was wrong. I have a 3-inch. Look, all those nice little 1/8-inch marks. I love that thing. And this is a 6-inch. But either way, let's try. That's where we want the logo to be. We want a 1/2 inch on either side of the logo. Actually, let's go ahead and cut this just like it is. Okay. So we've got that where we want it. Out. All right. So we've got our logo. And we want our square to be 5 inches square. So let's make sure we got a 1/2 inch there. half an inch there. Oops. Make sure we're lined up. 5 inches. Because instead of 4 7/8, we're just going with the 5. Why mess with that extra 1/8 of an inch? Just go with it. Okay. This will make decent starter fabric. There we go. Okay. Now we cut these to 4 7/8. So I know this area is going to be this fabric. Nope, that's not going to work either. It's going to be too small. All right. So now we need to do tree fabric. We got rid of our tree fabric. We put our tree fabric away. I forgot about that. All right, let's swing you up here for a minute. That goes there. Our army fabric, let's get it out of the way. Tear off a 5 inch or 5 1/2 because we already had the one side torn, so we don't need to worry about that. So we only need to do 5 1/2 inches. Threads. Oops, come on. There we go. They just did not want to leave my fingers. And we press. Other side pressed. Oh, and just so you know, I do use filtered water for this. We have filtered water set up so that I use that. Actually, in this I don't. I've got a zero water pitcher that I keep in my spare bathroom. And it filters the water for me. Here in I don't know if it's the entire state of Florida. I think I've heard that it is the entire state of Florida. But I know here in Central Florida, our water has a lot of stuff in it. And it's just better for everything if you use filtered water. But if you're fortunate enough to live somewhere where the water comes out of your tap without any problems and in good shape, go for it. Now, since we're using 5-inch squares, you can also make this quilt non-fussy cut with whatever fabrics you want using Charm Pack. My problem with that would be this particular quilt calls for some repeats, or it doesn't look quite right. And so if you were to use a Charm Pack, usually you only get 2 that are the same. So everything else is, you don't get the repeats. I've seen this quilt done in rainbow colors. So where I'm putting the military branches, different shades of the rainbow. And then you could use, if you've got a Charm Pack that goes from red to purple, you can use that. By the way, I'm just repeating everything I did before, except I'm using 5 inches as my measurements. Okay, we will cut some more of that in a bit. Let's switch to here. And that is our army block. This fits over the top. After we sew it, sorry, my hand was in the way. We sew it this direction. This will fold over. And my logo should be in the right spot this time. So our line goes here. No, not going to use that one. This one. That one's not going to work either. There we go. All right. So we line up our 45-degree line on our ruler with the edge of the piece of fabric. Make sure we've got the top points sticking out. We take our pen and draw from the middle to the points, otherwise you get your points messed up. And then we do 1/4 inch because I'm in that kind of a mood today. Alright, let's try this again. To the sewing machine we go. Come on. line it up. On one side, and now we're going to go down the other side. Get it all lined up so we're straight. Excellent. All right, let's see if we did it right this time. And now, you know, if you don't have an automatic cutter, you're going to have longer tails than I do. This is just what I get because of the machine automatically cutting for me. And then here, we'll cut down the center. Okay. Which one is it? It's this one. Let's see if we did it correctly this time. Still going to press towards the military logo side. Put our starch on there to get our nice crisp edge or seam. And here we go. We have our first square. And now remember, it's going to be a 4.5 inch square. And just to square it up, we put our line, our 45-degree angle line, along the stitched line where we stitched everything up at. Make sure we're straight and we don't move it when we're done. Cut all 4 sides. California Closets is pulling up next to the neighbors. Wow. I think they're probably just lost. I can't imagine that after 4 years they're going to get California Closets, but I guess, hey, what, you never can tell. All right. So we took a little bit off. And now we have a 4.5-inch square with the trees facing upwards. So this one, we're going to press now, again towards the military side. We'll have to trim it down too. I'm thinking this isn't going to work the way I want it to, but I may go with it. We're going to have to see. Because I need the trees to go up and down. And I think that's going to make the wording not go up and down. But you'll notice the fabric has it kind of going, well, no, the words are all going in the same direction. So I'm going to have to think about it. We're going to have to see. I'm not certain. Yes, it's going to be a problem. So we may have to make lots of half square triangles and fit the ones that we want where we want them. At least in the middle. Because the tree, like I said, the tree is the important part. The tree needs to be up and down. And this one was going to go there. Okay. So it will be it's not a problem. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. So the tree branch, yay, yay. All right, trim this down to 4.5 inches. Side one. And no, you cannot just do 2 sides. You need to make sure that you have the seam on the 45 and you measure all the way around. You can probably get away with 2 depending on how much you're off, but you need to make sure that you check all 4 sides. Or you will get a lopsided half square triangle. Because the points go, the seam goes right down to the point, and that's where you have to have it. Otherwise, everything will be messed up. Okay, so that's the fussy cut part. And that turned out okay. I mean, yes, we could go through a lot more effort to try and make sure that things are perfect. We're not, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Okay. Now I need 4 half square triangles with the white fabric. That in a bit. Okay, and I did not tear this when last I used it. I wonder why. I wonder why. Because I know I used it. Okay, we're going to go to 7 inches and clip and tear. Wow. Oh, I cut out of the middle. That makes more sense to me. I was like, wow, that really went down. No, whatever I was doing, I used a portion of it. All right, well, I need 2 squares right now. We'll worry about the rest of it later. I love this fabric. It's really nice, but it comes oddly stored and oddly wrapped. It's just weird. Okay. So let's get rid of the rest of that. Actually, that's wide enough. I might be able to use it for something. All right, let's do this. This does not want to press well. I know it's 100% cotton. It said it on the container. But it almost feels like a polyester. It's a heavier. So unless they're lying to me, which I guess is always possible. Not a good thing to do, but I guess it's possible. Long enough? Probably not. I'm going to have every ruler I own with it right over here in a minute. Alright, get the really big one. Go to the folded edge. Line it up. Get square. This ruler is wide enough that I can just do my 5 inches normally. Okay. Now I need to let's get that all the way over there. There we go. Out of the way. Alright, let's get you cut to 5 inches square. Let's get the second one. You're going to go there for the time being. All right. So now we have two 5-inch squares. I am going to mark them now before I cut out the other piece, just because why not? All right. Straight down the middle. Oh, and something I want to point out is the fact that although I'm using a ton of different rulers today, they're all the same brand. I think I have one ruler that's not an OmniGrid. But when you are making a quilt, you do not want to use multiple ruler brands. There's a potential that the lines are different. You'll see them different. Something will happen. So I've always been taught, don't mix up your brands of rulers on a project. Oh, and you don't have to feel like you use whatever ruler brand I use. It's just what I'm used to. It's what I've got the most of. It's what people I know use, so it's what I got used to when I was learning. But the different brands of rulers, they have different ways of marking. So you get used to a certain way of seeing something. Feel free to use whatever brand you want. All right, and now I need two 5-inch squares of the Air Force. And I'm just going to trim. All I need from this fabric. Where's my seam? There it is. And again, this was somewhere that made me order a yard, even when I only needed a little bit. But at the time, I didn't know how much I was going to need, so to be fair. There is a quilt pattern called, I think it's called bow tie, where your quilt squares look like a bow tie. And I am considering trying to make one of them with the military fabric. And then like the center section would be black, and then the edges would be fussy cut to have the right logo on it. Haven't designed that one yet. I've just looked at the pattern a couple times trying to figure out what to do with it, and this is where I've landed. Okay, so two 5-inch squares. That's where I was going with this. How wide are you? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, that always happens to me. All right, I'm just going to cut it off. There's that. I need something that's 5 inches. There we go. Line up to ruler method and make sure everything's straight and even. Actually, let's go this way. Where's my big one? What did I do with it? There it is. Oof! Let's do this instead. That's not, there we go. I forgot, I wanted to use that logo. I forgot. And I want that, that's gonna go. That's not gonna work now. Oh well, never mind. I won't worry about it. Let's just cut this 5 inches. Okay, square this side up. This one. Okay, and this time it does not matter. Well, I shouldn't say that, it does. So now I'm going to look and I'm going to see I need one that has a positive down here. So I need this one to go this way. And then this one, I need a positive up here, so this way. Because I want the words to face the correct direction. The white, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to sew this one from this side to this side so that the fabric on the other side is correct. And this one I'm going to sew from the opposite corner over. And that way the words are all upright. And we'll see if that actually works or if I mess it all up again. Okay, making sure my square is square. My squares are square. Line it up and stitch on the line. then our second one. Make sure it's all lined up. Go down the second side. Okay, where are we at? There we are. All right. Trim off our little edges. Make sure we're on 1/4 of an inch. Okay, now we're going to press towards the military fabric. And we keep our fingers crossed I don't have to redo all these squares. Well, there's only 2, so there's not all these, but you get what I'm saying. Alright, let's see here. This has fabric going that way, so it needs to go down here. That will work there. We're gonna hope we get all 4 to have somewhere that they fit with the words right side up and not all wonky. Sand cranes walking down the middle of the road. Oh, by the way, keep in mind we are going to have to trim these down. I'm just making sure they belong or have somewhere they can fit. And we'll worry about trimming them all down later. And these are the squares that made me wonder if 6 inches was a better idea, because I'm looking at this and I'm barely getting any of the words. So I'm not happy. I'm not 100% happy anyway. This is going to go up here. This way. This one just about here. And with any luck, this one will be the fifth one that goes where it needs to go, and all will be right with the world. Oh, by the way, I'm not pressing down. I just have nowhere else to put my hand. This one goes here. So it kind of goes around the tree. Now we're going to move on to the navy. And we'll start again with the branches, or with the tree portion of it. Facing the wrong direction. We need 5 inches. 2, 3, 4, 5. I need one more. Okay. Now I don't have to cut those anymore. That stays there. We have to fussy cut our navy logo. Okay. It's going to be the same way. Make sure we have enough fabric to go 1/2 inch below, which we don't here, so that logo is not going to work. So we're going to need to go to this one. We have a 1/2 inch on either side. But hey. All right. And now we trim this down to be 5 inches square. Did good there. All right, so now 5 inches up. All right, there's our navy. Go sideways like that, so that we're sure that we get our logo correct. Yep, that's a 60-degree angle, not a 45. That's not what we want. We want the 45. Alright, sewing machine. And on the line. And we'll press towards the military side. That's not the one I want to do first. This is the one I want to do first. There we go. Want to make sure I get the one that's got the little logo on it, so it goes where it belongs. Ooh, that's a nice fifth wheel. I don't know where they think they're going to go with it here in the neighborhood, but hey. We have rules here. And the fifth wheel not being there is one of them. Ooh. Alright, navy with the little dot on it goes directly below this one. Here, let me... Does that help? That makes the tree a little bit easier to see. So, here we go. There's our Army logo. There's our Navy. This is like our little branch for the Army. You see the trees down the middle. And then up above the Army, I've got, like I said, I can't decide if I want to put the I Love USA or just the stars. I'm not certain which one I like up there better. I'm going to get the military, all 5 of the military done first, and then we'll look from there, because it goes here and here and here, and then I think it's no, it's just these 3. 1, 2, 3. It's these 3 squares here, and then there's 3 at the bottom, 3 more at the bottom. All right, so we've got the fussy cut part of our navy done. Now we need 2 5-inch squares out of the solid white. One and 2. Lines. thought it was going to be the fifth wheel coming back. I was wrong. Alright, now we've got those two ready to go. I now need a 10-inch section of this fabric. Is that 5 inches tall at least? It's 5.5. That's brilliant. I could have done all of these with fat quarters. Because I only need 3 5-inch squares. So that's 15, no, it'd be 30. Fat quarters might not have worked. I think they would have, though. I think I could have gotten away with it. All right, let's see here. Let's cut you off as close to the edge as I can. And then 5 inches. Okay. Straighten up this edge so that we're square. That's one. And 2. Okay. Now we have to figure out which direction they need to face. So I need this one going that way. And this one going that way. So they're going in opposite directions again. That's in order to make sure that they have their words facing the correct direction. Even though the words aren't really readable, this says U.S., so you can see that. You wouldn't want that upside down. Kind of tell Army, service, bravery, liberty. The word protect is going to go away. Courage, So there's different things in here that you want to be able to see upright. You don't want them at an angle. That's the first square. Now we have to do the second one. Oops. That almost wasn't good. The fabric wanted to wrinkle. There you are. Okay. Trim off our starter fabric and our tails and separate the squares. Now we're going to separate the squares. Okay. And now we press towards the military fabric. Oh, I forgot about the one with the other one with the tree. Oops. Sorry. Now we have to press 5 half square triangles. this one is the tree, so it goes down here. That actually worked out kind of well. I'll show it to you when I zoom in. I can't tell if it's going to start raining again or if it's just weird noises. Now this center section, I debated on using a gray and having it like a post instead of a tree. I saw the fabric and went, ooh, branches, military, tree. It all worked in my head. But a lot of times this pattern is done more along the lines of like a maypole. Which isn't necessarily true either because kids dance around with it. But it's got the stuff, it's got the streamers kind of like going around a pole. That's more of what this pattern usually looks like when people put it together. Again, this is something, it's half square triangles. Anybody can do half square triangles. We did a whole 4 hours just on half square triangles. All right, this one needs to go there. It's just a matter of how you arrange them as to how the half square triangle, what the pattern comes out to be. I can't remember. This is going to be 48 inches. I should have more room on there, but maybe not. We'll have to move everything, shift everything up a little bit here in a minute. Oh, excuse me. Oops. Pressed down the corner. That's not good. This one goes here. Actually, let's do this now. I'm going to put this one way up here, just as a placeholder. Oh, no, that's right. It doesn't need to go there. This is the top. There, that gives us a little more room to get the other pieces in. Because this is only 2 branches. We have 3 more to go. Now, the thing I'm not 100% crazy about with this fabric is the navy has the blue background. All the other branches have a gray background. You know, if they had done maybe the Marines with a brown background, the Navy would have made a little more sense with the blue background. But they didn't. So to me, it's going to end up looking a little weird to me. It's not going to be as perfect as I would like it, because I would think that the Navy should have a gray background also. And that way it is consistent with all of the other branches. But hey, I didn't make the fabric. I didn't remember having anything come from Amazon today, but I guess I was wrong. All right, let's see here. This one goes, nope. Here. Oh, I do know what it is. I do know what it is. I bought some new shelves over the weekend, and I didn't use them quite the way that they were designed, so I need extra connectors so I can make more shelves. I'm just looking at it on my monitor to see how it's coming out. It's actually looking pretty nice. So she's driving around the Amazon Prime truck with the side sliding door open. I would think that wouldn't be safe. Okay, and then this one goes here. And now we have 2 of the branches done. I keep looking at it and those 3 blank spots are driving me crazy. I want to finish the 3 blank spots, but I don't need to. Finish the military, then I can decide what to do with that. I need to stop and just relax. But I can't. All right, let's see. If I zoom in, how does this look? Yeah, now you can't see the army portion of it, but you already saw that. So those medallions are popping up in multiple places, and that's, you know, it's going to happen because they're a predominant part of the fabric. So it's going to happen no matter what we do. But you can see the tree. And then now we've got our navy branch. And it's starting to fill out on the big screen so you can see it too. All right. Air Force. Oh, what are we beeping about? Sorry, it was Bixby. He thought I was talking to him. I'm not talking to you.
I'm here if you need me.
I don't know. Just go with it. Okay, Air Force. Oh, here, let's do this. Let's get these 2 cut out first. I was going to draw the line on it, then it dawned on me I need to see it with the logo first. Otherwise, I'll draw the line in the wrong direction and things just won't work out well. All right, I need my 4.5-inch ruler. Actually, I don't. I don't need it. I can use the 5-inch one, and it'll be just fine. Okay, Air Force. Okay. 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch. Excellent. Well, that didn't work out too well for me, but hey. Let's do this. There we go. Alright, line that up there. Make sure everything is square on that side. Okay. Now 5 by 5 square. Okay, got that done. Now the trees need to go sideways and the line needs to go there. Oops, leave that. All right, so there's that square. Now I need two more squares. Okay. Okay. All right. Now, let's put that up top. That's not going to work either. Is there an upper? There is. Can I go that way? Yes, I can. That's what we're going to do. Yes. All right. figured it out. It's a 1/2 inch in from the 5, correct? No, it's not. There we go. Too big. Not paying attention. I forgot. All right, that one needs to be 1/2 inch down and a 1/2 inch over. There we go. And that is 5 inches. Excellent. Let's turn and cut it this side then. All right, 5 inches. The final cut. Okay. Please let me be able to get 5 inches out of this now that I've done my fussing. Yes, just barely, but it's gonna work. Okay. Straight across 5 inches. Come on, square up. Okay. That took some effort to get it all squared up, but it worked. Okay. Then we need there we go. Our lines. And remember, I told you before, you can put just the one line down the middle. I'm trying to be a little particular today. I want this to come out nice and straight and square and not have any problems, or avoid as many problems as I can. So I'm being a little more particular today. But you don't have to put all the lines on that I am. That one, and now this one's going to go the other way. Okay, now I did that one going that way. So this one has to go this way. Not the greatest placement I've ever seen, but it'll work. Okay. All right. All right, let's go down the second side. Let's get these three cut apart. There's my clippers. I'm like, where'd they go? line up on the stitch line with the 1/4 of an inch mark and cut down the middle. Now we press towards the military fabric. There was a bird that looked like she was having trouble. I don't know. Flying around oddly. I'm not certain what's going on. Landed on the roof, and I'm not certain what it's doing. Now it's off in a tree. Different colored bird now flying out of the same tree that the bird just flew in. I'm thinking they're having fights. And birdies just can't decide who lives in the tree and who doesn't live in the tree. Ooh, that was loud, sorry. Okay. There's the Air Force medallion. And the medallions are appearing fairly well lined up. I'm trying to make sure they line up. Now this is the other piece with tree bark or tree looking fabric. I think it might be raining. I think that's why the bird's having trouble trying to fly. Can't tell for certain. The ground looks wet, or the road looks wet. But it could be still from earlier. I don't think so. It's 83 degrees outside. It should have dried it. Okay, let's see here. Let's put this under here. Yes, their cars are driving by with windshield wipers on, so it is raining again. That's why the bird's having trouble flying. Okay, let's see, where does this one go? This one goes down here. don't have any water in here. And it's taken me an hour and a half, 2.5 hours to notice that. I am going to have to solve that problem after I get this branch done. Okay, this one goes like this, so it goes up there. This is really pretty easy once you get rolling with it. Now, if you were doing multiple colors, so like I said, I've seen it where it's done in a rainbow format. So the army portion here would all be shades of red. Then this would be shades of orange, or red to orange, then yellow, you know, depending on how big you wanted it and what size the squares are. So then you could use, if you were using a charm pack that had the colors you wanted. You could also do it completely one color. So dark green at the top to a really light green at the bottom. And depending on how, you don't have to have, I'm going to have, well, technically six branches. Half on the top, half on the bottom of the sixth one. You don't have to have that many. And you also don't have to have the squares as big as I have them. I'm kind of glad now that I didn't do the 6-inch squares like I had originally thought. It's a little annoying because of the writing that's on the fabric. I'm not getting much of it. I'm getting the medallions. Was something I was shooting for. But as far as courage, honor, dignity, bravery, service, liberty, protect, all of those words I'm not getting a ton of. Just because they're cut up. You can read them, so if you know what you're looking for, you can when you're looking at it, you can see that's what it says. But I don't know. I'm not certain I'm as happy as I thought I was going to be. Not as upset as I was with my last project. If you saw the bench pillow for all seasons November, I threw it away. I didn't even bother. I finished piecing it and decided it was not worth putting a border on. It was horrendous. It just looks terrible. Hopefully we won't have that problem. We've got the bench pillow for all seasons coming up for December. That's coming up. So hopefully that one won't turn out nearly as poorly. I've got, again, a lot of fabric, but this time I do have a lot of greens and reds and whites that are solids. And I think that was the main problem. There was just too much busy fabric going on with my November one. That just means that my pillow has October on for 2 months, yeah. Okay, and then this is the last one for the Air Force, and that goes there. And we're looking like a pole. We're making our circles down. It definitely has that appearance. Okay, I need the white fabric. There you are. And I need to tear another piece of 5-inch fabric off of you. figure out how it was folded again? Probably not. I shouldn't need any more of this. This should be enough to get me through the rest of the quilt. I wonder. This is my backing. Should I make the 3 up here and the 3 on the bottom out of the gray? It won't take that much of this, and this is 102 inches wide. It's a backing fabric. If you've ever seen the fabric, typically cotton, quilted cotton is going to come in a 42 inch. That's what all of this normally comes in. But you can get fabric specifically for a backing, so you don't have to cut, or you don't have to join to get a king size quilt or a queen size quilt or whatever. So they do make fabric in extra long, and that's what this is. This is a backing fabric. So it's really long. I just liked it because of the gray color, and it went well with the grays that I was using. So I went ahead and got it just to use as the backing and potentially the binding. I'm leaning towards using it for the binding, but I hadn't thought about. It's been sitting in front of me, and I just sort of looked at it and went, wonder if I should make my top 3 squares out of that instead of, because I'm afraid that this is going to clash with everything we've got going on, because it's blue, and all of them except for the navy are gray. And then I was thinking about this, but this is a different blue. It's got the dark blue in it, but it's also got this funky lighter blue in it. I don't know. I just can't make up my mind. There are advantages and disadvantages to designing your own quilt. If you don't design it yourself, you can just go with whatever the person put it together says. On the other hand, it doesn't always look the way you want it to look. But then you design something yourself, and you have to deal with all these questions. All right, let's get this pressed. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I need water. Hold, please. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. I just brought the whole thing with me. Okay, now I have water. I will probably knock that over 1,000,000 times, but hey. And in case you haven't heard or haven't watched, you know, you're going, why did you put that lid on there? I put the lid on here because I have 2 kitty cats. And if I didn't have the lid on, they'd try and drink my water. And then they'd knock it over. And I would have water on all of my stuff. Happens quite frequently. So I now have a cup with a lid, so I don't have that problem. And it's not like they don't have water. They have a spare water bowl up here and one downstairs with the food. But apparently, water from my cup is better than water from their stuff. Even though it's the same water. Well, downstairs it isn't. Downstairs it comes out of a different filter. Well, hello there, big girl. Did you hear that me talking about you? Or did you want my water? You doing okay? This is really long fabric, too. Hey, babe. Say hi to everybody. Did you say hi to everybody? You're a good girl. Uh-oh. I hear another kitty cat. Is she following you? Please don't knock over that big stack of fabric. I know it shouldn't be there, but it is. Okay. FYI, she didn't leave. She's just hanging out by the window. You can't see her window seat. We have the camera angled so you don't have to look out the window. Hey, big girl. Leave the interfacing alone, sweet girl. Thank you. I'm making a purse. So I've got interfacing off to the side. Again, you can't see it. Or you can see the top of the other ironing board that doesn't have its feet on it, because I'm not certain where they're at. I know they're in the house. I just don't know where they're at. And next to it are the interfacing. And actually, as I'm standing here thinking about it, I should probably put that ironing board on this table so it's not as high. All right, I need 4. I need 6 more 5-inch squares. There's 3 of these, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah. And there are 4 layers of fabric here, so we're good. Yep, this fabric is really wide. trying to figure out the best way to cut this. Because as you know, I always tell you, use the smallest ruler possible. Okay, there's that. And now 5 inches over. And even though that other ruler, I could do the 5 inches all by myself, or all in with one ruler, I don't feel like. All right, now there's 5 inches here. No, I'm not going to get it. Oops. That didn't work. I need to get a new ruler. My favorite ruler. I've nicked it a few times with my other rotary cutter. Not this one, but I have another one that has an open blade on it that causes me heartache. It's caused me to have chips, and when I try and cut, it doesn't work well. Okay, so there's 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Now, Marines. Skyl, S-Y-K-E-L Enterprises. I knew I found it on one of them. I just didn't remember which one. A division of Fabric Innovations, Inc. Patterns, Pound Marines 1181. Anybody knows anyone that works at Skyl Enterprises, a division of Fabric Innovations, Inc. Tell them I need a Space Force fabric. Okay, so that's going to be where we want it to be, correct? Excellent. So now I need, I can get another one out of that. All right. Now that I'm on the 4th branch, I've gotten the hang of this. First one took me, what, an hour? I had to do it twice. That was a bigger problem. But now I've got the hang of it. My fall fabric, my Halloween fabric, and now my military fabric. I really need to clean that stack up. Okay. Let's do a 1/2 inch and a 1/2 inch. We'll use that in a minute. need my 1/2 inches. I don't want to mess those up. Okay, you go there. And let's do the final 2 sides because I messed one up. All right, you go there. All right, all of that's good. And now let's get this top piece. Oh, I'm cutting them 6 inches. Oops. Okay, that one is the tree. Right down the middle and then the 1/4 inch. Again, if you don't want to draw the second lines, you don't have to. Use your 1/4 inch piecing foot and just piece a 1/4 inch from the line down the middle. Also, if you're so inclined and you want to, you like gadgets, there is a gadget that lines up. It's a 1/2 inch wide. And it's got a line down the middle. And I thought I had one. In fact, I'm 90% certain I do somewhere. I just don't know where it went. When we did the half square triangle episode, I swore I have a gadget that does it. Okay, I'm stacking these 2 pieces of fabric on top of each other because I know that I can get my 5 inch squares out of them, and I'm not fussy cutting these. I am just cutting out of them. And that one is, all right. To go up just a little bit. It's not working. Did I get 5 inches? Please tell me I did. It was a good idea. It didn't work. They were oddly shaped and it was bothering me. Now we need you. And a couple of white pieces. Alright, let's see here. Do that. I will get most of that. Let's see. There's the stitch. Nah, that's not going to work. Alright, so we're going to go that way. I'm just checking the pictures to see how they're going to land. And also, this would go much faster if you weren't trying to line things up. So the fact that this is taking me as long as it is has nothing to do with the pattern. It's how I'm interpreting the pattern. Alrighty. So now this one goes that way. And we go to our sewing machine. Alright, let's go down the other side. Alrighty. And we're clipping. Hold on. I heard something. Just a kitty cat getting into something. We're good. All right. All right. Let's get the Marines pressed. So I was looking at the Coast Guard fabric, and it said established in 17 something. And all I'm confused on now is why they're listed as the last, because they're not. I don't know. Is there a reason for the order that everybody always says it? Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force? I don't know. Alright, Marines. There we go. So it didn't happen this way for the Navy. No, in fact, the Navy's little icon never got put on, and the Army's kind of did. So the Army's little icon's up there, and then there is the Navy's there, and there's a tail end of it there. But the Air Force, their other logo, happened to land just below the circle, and the Marines have done the same thing. Not intentional, just the way it worked out. So you've also probably noticed that I've done something different today in the sense that I didn't cut everything out all at once and then sew it all together. I'm cutting, sewing, cutting, sewing, cutting, sewing, cutting, sewing. I just want to make sure that all of the branches get put on correctly. I was afraid that if I cut everything out, something might end up upside down, backwards, whatever. So yes, I could have cut all of the pieces out, all the squares, and chain pieced them all together, cut them all, pressed them all. I was just afraid. I'm being very cautious when I'm doing this to make sure that the pieces end up facing a direction that they're readable. I think we're going to lose the Coast Guard down here. Well, that's the bottom of Marines, so Coast Guard's going to go at the top. The camera's kind of in the way. Well, and keep in mind, we still have to trim everything. Do I absolutely have to trim them all to 4.5 inches? No. They are all very close to what they need to be, and they are all very close in size to each other. But they all have the ears, the little things that stick up when you do have square triangles. They all have those. Those all need to be cut off anyway. So I'm going to make sure that I size them all up, just for sanity's sake. There are no squares that were matching up to these half squares, or half square triangles. Half square triangle squares, whatever, however you want to put that. So technically, they can be any size you want. They could be totally off the wall sizes for all you care. It doesn't matter. As long as they're consistent, it's no big deal. So it goes there. And they're all consistent with each other. Like I said, I'm still trying to decide what to do on the top and the bottom. I also have solid red and solid blue. I could do like a red, white, and blue thing. I don't think I have any flags. I've got lots of star fabric. Since I want to use the blue, I love the USA as the border, I could do a red. I've got some red over there. Let me bring that over and let me think. Actually, there's some black. Ooh. That goes there. That almost lines up. Somewhere along the lines, I ordered 2 packs identical to each other. But that has red stars and red dots. I don't think I have a blue with stars on it. I was hoping for a black with stars. No. And that's a funky blue, so that wouldn't work. Brown's not bad. Purple. That wouldn't work. Green doesn't work. No. And I'd need 3. I could do the red and white stars. That would work on for the 2 on the side here, which are like this. And then there'd be the 2 on the side over here. What would I do for the very top with the tree? I don't like any of these for that. That blue is not dark enough. It's a light blue. The black is polka dots. Oh, wait, I lied. This one has black stars. All right. That's probably what we're going to do. Okay, finish Marines. Then worry about the rest of it. Still have the Coast Guard to go. Then we can top and bottom it. It was just driving me crazy. And I'm not certain if the changing colors will work, but we can try. If we don't like it, I throw it away. We try again. There's not a yellow with stars, is there? That would be cool. I don't know why I think that, though. Okay, you go here. Is there yellow? Oh, there's yellow. I know there's yellow, but is there yellow with stars? Or is it just yellow flowers and stuff? Yellow with polka dots. I don't want polka dots. I want stars. Okay, no. Because like a star on the top, for the top of the pole. That's where I could do yellow dots then. That's orange. That's a yellow. And then a green on the bottom for grass. I think I'm going to need more pieces of white because I'm probably going to be trying a bunch of different things before I'm happy. All right. Ooh, police car flying in. No sirens, no lights, but going very fast. Wonder if it's a high schooler getting out of school. That could be. All right, what was I doing? Ah, Coast Guard. Okay. Where's the bottom? Here's the bottom. that's too low. Yep, that's too low, so it's got to be this one. Could be this one. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Now I'm waiting to see if another cop comes flying by. Then you'll know somebody really did something wrong. Alright, let's move you all back over here. Well, at least out of the way. So you don't fall, because you're getting too close to falling. Oh, I have more white. That's cool. Alright, and I have more... No, those are too small. I do have more white. Okay, where was I at? I am cutting half an inch out from the edge of here. Excellent. And then no, not that way, this way. 5 inches in. Okay, and now half an inch down from you. And 5 inches square. Alright, you go sideways. Excellent. And draw lines. Okay, so you go over there and wait a minute. And now I need 2 more 5-inch squares. And this time I'm going to fold this in half over and just cut. I am not going to look at it. 5 inches wide. And now let's do this. There. However it came out, it came out. I'm not... And naturally, we got one of the medallions right in the middle. All right. You need to go over there. And then white. 2 pieces of white. Okay, you go that way. I hate pens with lids on them. I can never get them on and off. So I use clicky pens all the time. Oh, and in this case, these are not erasable. They're not Frixons. They're Pilot. They're still same company, but they're not Frixons because these seams aren't going to be seen. Technically, they could the ink could seep through the fabric and could be visible, but I think with the dark fabric that I'm using, I don't foresee it being a problem. But it could, and that would be my own fault. All right, and then this and this and that. All right. We're ready to sew. Alrighty. Almost done with Coast Guard. And we'll have all the branches on our tree. I was like, where'd my scissors go? Alright, and these go on the bottom. That goes on the top. Keep them in the right order, I'll drive myself crazy. I seem to be having an eyebrow issue today, and it's driving me nuts. Every time I look up, it's like I have this huge eyebrow. All right, we're gonna have to do this. Let's see. Switch to you. These are my paper scissors, which means they can go through anything. I don't care what they go through. And this is a rotary cutter blade. The light's shining on it. Let's see. Hands-free safe blade change system, 45 millimeters. Now my problem is trying to get into this plastic is like almost cutting your fingers on this sharp plastic, and there is no other way around it. All right. Twist. Lift. Drop. Don't touch the blade. Move blade cover. New blade. There's a little pushy thing here that you push down on and okay, blade's changed. It's just that easy. If you are so inclined, you can sharpen your blade. There's gadgets for that. I have never purchased one. I just haven't. I don't know why, but I haven't. And so I just get new blades. Okay, Coast Guard medallion. And I don't know if that's technically what they're called or not, but that's what they look like to me as medallions, so that's what we're going with. And get it all nice and smooth. Alright, so now the Coast Guard medallion goes right here. Just down here. Still see it? Oh. We're going to barely be able to see everything on this screen. Let's see. Let me try something. There we go. Now you get everything. And of course you get more of my messy table, but we'll live with that. That will be taken care of. Not tomorrow. Uh-oh. My lights up top are fading out. I am apparently using them more than they would like me to use them. The printer is running out in my office. I wonder what he is printing now. I know, I'm nosy. You know, there's people coming in and out. I just have to pay attention to what's going on. Alright, let's see. It is that one. Still see it? Ah, barely, 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 barely. Since the Marine Corps has the red, it doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. I still wish the Marines had a different background. It didn't have the gray background. Since the Navy has the blue. But because it does have red lettering, it kind of differentiates itself from the Coast Guard and the Air Force. That one goes there. I don't know if this piece is going to be the right size or if I'm going to have to remake it. I'm not going to measure it now. we're going to get done with the piecing today, and then we'll worry about sizing and measuring and cutting and all that good stuff on part 2. Alrighty, and this one goes here. Okay, last military one. That's a problem. Didn't think about that. I'm going to need another piece of tree. Yeah, there's no way for me to do it otherwise. Well, there is. Just more annoying. I will probably do that. Okay. There we go. All 5 branches on a tree. Now, I have one piece of this left. And on the bottom, I want to put the grass, and on the top, I want to put the sun. So let's trim these down to 5 inches. Square them up. Sure it's even. And last but not least, 5 inches square. All right, so I now have 3 pieces that are all 5 inches square. And now I'm going to cut them on the diagonal. Normally, we don't do this until they're sewn. But because I want 2 different colors, one's going to be green, one's going to be yellow, I need to cut them now before I sew them up. And this, I don't like doing this. You normally don't want to do this, but in this case, and since I'm technically testing, I'm not actually 100% certain this is going to work, we're going to do this. All right. So now One side goes to the yellow. One side goes to the green. And we keep our fingers crossed that I cut it the right way. I didn't even think about that. All right, green goes down there. Of course, I did it wrong. And the yellow goes on the top. And yeah, yep, did it wrong. So, now I need yeah, 50-50 chance, and I did it backwards. Of course I did. All right, so this opens that way. Let's see if I can do it right this time. Okay. There we go. Now I've got them facing the correct direction. Now I can sew them together. Sewing machine. Be helpful if you could see what I was doing. Nothing complicated. But different, because I've been sewing the half square triangles by doing squares. Now I have to keep it all straight and do a 1/4 of an inch seam. This one. So just keep in mind, I'm doing the exact same thing I normally do. I just cut them first. Instead of sewing first and then cutting second, I cut first and sewed second. I am going to press towards the dotted fabric just because that's what I've been doing. I haven't been pressing towards the tree fabric, so I'm not going to start now. Now, the fabric that I have is really cheap. I don't remember where I got it. I know I got it in a set. Well, you saw there was a big stack of them. All right, and it goes that way. And it's really, really cheap fabric. But it accomplishes the task. I don't mind throwing it into some quilts as I go because it's not going to have too much of a problem. But if you use really cheap fabric on the entire quilt, sorry, on the entire pieced top, you're going to end up with a quilt that doesn't last. And this is not going to be a used quilt. This is going to be a display quilt. It's too long for a table runner. I guess it could work on a big picnic table. So for like a Veterans Day party, it could be a table runner for a long picnic table. But that was not my intent. I plan on putting a hanger on the back of it so that it can be, you can put a pole through it or a piece of wood or whatever way you prefer to hang your quilts so that it can hang. These. Okay. I need my lines. Almost done. Well, for today. After we get done with this, part 2 will be piecing the top and joining up all the pieces for the top, deciding on a border, how wide, that sort of thing, and then quilting it. Let's go to the sewing machine, get these last 2 pieces sewn. Eh. Alright. Alright. Oh. Forgot to bring you back. So let's see here. This goes like this. Alright, so those aren't pressed. We know they're not pressed. I'll have to think about that. I don't know if I like the way I've got those done. They may end up being gray. Yeah, I'm not certain. Alrighty, so that's the end of part 1. Let's move this back. And that gives you a nice view of our what it currently looks like for our pieced top. Again, not certain I like the red and the yellow or the red and the green. It seems to just pop weird. I don't think I like it. Probably going to end up replacing those with gray that we're going to use for the backing. But all right, we will see you all for part 2. I have strings all over me. It's obviously time to go. You have a great day. I'm Carol Crafty Grandma, and we'll see y'all later.